managed to catch him. We got our badge. How do I access my registered items in this game? Oh, that is it. I just don't have anything else registered yet. Okay. How is that so hard for me to figure out before? As far as I'm concerned, fossils count. I'm a lucky fossil.
ready for the jury? Sure, yes, ma'am. All right, we ready for the jury then? Okay. Thank you. Be seated. Your next question.
Mr. Depp, before the break, we were talking about how your finger got injured in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, please. Mr. Depp, do you recall Mr. Rottenborn showing you this exhibit during your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
And can you please explain when, relative to your finger injury, you sent this text message?
That's the day before. Am I correct?
At the bottom it says, I cut the top of my finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital.
Australia, exactly. The time difference, right. Yes. That's what I said.
And so when, relative to when your finger was injured, did you send this text message, to your best recollection?
This looks like it's at the time to me.
And in the middle here it says, her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired me. What did you mean by that?
Unfortunately, I meant exactly what I said in this text. It seems it had become clear that there were she seemed to take more care and importance in going on auditions, going to the Met Ball or going to any sort of premiere or opening or whatever, where she could be photographed. Sorry?
I believe he was responding to what he meant by what he wrote in his text
And then
message
he
about
said
her.
exactly what the word said. I was going to be
All right,
honest
I'll
with
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Robinborn.
Sir, if you could just answer the question, Mr. Depp, please.
Sure,
Direct your
sure.
attention just to your attorney, okay?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you an audio recording where you referenced your finger getting cut off in Australia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play a different portion of that recording that came before the portion that Mr. Rottenborn played. So if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and we will be playing the portion from at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 11 seconds to 1 hour, 56 minutes, 10 seconds.
It's early, it's quick, it's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee, if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just...
No, it's
if that
different.
If it happens...
It's different. You never...
If it happens, I'm just going to say, look, I need some time. And that's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're stuck in throwing punches...
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes, in our argument...
Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting when you do give me a time. Like, say I need a few minutes. You never.
Mr. Depp, whose voices can you hear in that audio recording?
Ms. Hertz and myself.
And there was a mention about Ms. Heard getting mad about something in Australia. What did Ms. Heard get mad at you about in Australia?
There were many instances where Ms. Heard would get upset, angry, and argumentative and violent in Australia. There were many times. The one that was the day when my tip of my finger disappeared. That had to do with a phone call. When she arrived in Australia, she complained that an attorney who was explaining to her
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay as to what he alleges her attorney was explaining to her. That's clearly...
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
In the context of this audio recording that we just heard, what to your understanding is Miss Heard referencing when she says you split?
I would excuse myself from the situation. I would try to get away so that nothing escalated. Because if given the chance to allow things to escalate, Miss Heard would take it to the very extreme, which ended up with my finger being chopped off. So I rather thought it was the best idea to avoid things like that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 272. I believe this is another document that you saw during the cross-examination. Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes.
And these were after your detox on the island, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, where it says here, this was the right thing to do to speed up the process, what are you referring to there?
When we were on the island and I was going through the process of detoxing from the opiates, which was a very unpleasant and powerful, painful process. It wasn't working with Miss Heard there. I could not properly detox, as every day was another problem or this or that. So I asked we leave the island and go back to Los Angeles, and I asked Ms. Heard if she would please allow me to get a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she and her friends could go for, I needed 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, anything I could get where I could finish the detox by myself without any unnecessary interruptions or unpleasant interruptions.
Arceus,
to which she replied that she was felt like I was throwing her out and abandoning her, and after all she had done for me. And the fact is, though, no matter what I wrote to her mother and to her, I needed the time because I would have gone straight back to the pills.
No shit.
I would have not been able to detox properly without that time alone. And she reluctantly gave me the time. And I sent her and her friends to Beverly Hills Hotel and a bungalow and
Tobias.
through the detox by myself in Penthouse 3 for the next 5 or 6 days.
Mr. Depp, last week Mr. Rottenborn showed you a video that was taken of yourself where you're slamming some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, where are you in that video?
That's the kitchen at a house that I've on Sweetser that I've lived in since mid-90s.
And do you recall what you were upset about in that video?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I don't recall, as I don't know the date of, there's no metadata that I'm aware of for that tape. Also, apparently looking for any metadata is impossible as it is
Your
now
Honor,
owned
beyond
by...
the scope of the
I'll
question.
sustain the objection. You want to ask the question
Mr.
again?
Depp, what do you remember, what if anything do you remember being upset about that resulted in what was seen in that video?
I can't recall if it was bad news about my mother's health. I can't recall if it was something to do with my former business managers, finding out that they'd taken me for a very nasty ride. I don't recall exactly what it was about. What I do know is that it didn't have anything to do with her.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
There was nothing between us before she entered that room. It was me alone.
Okay. Do you know where Miss Heard was before she entered the room?
I assumed that she was up in the, she'd gotten out of bed and gotten dressed and come downstairs.
Mr. Depp, earlier today, Mr. Rottenborn played a recording where you can hear Miss Heard seeming to claim that you put a cigarette out on her. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
I'd like to play you another recording, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 365. And this is, for the record, an 11-second recording, so we'll be putting in the entire.
Any objection to 365? All right, 365 in evidence.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. Give me one, please. Please, give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, fine. What do you want?
I want couch.
Not shit, man.
I want couch. Agree, please. So you said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. Okay. I'm gonna stop fighting.
Have I been cut?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said this was 11
It's
seconds.
been nasty and provoking, mean-spirited, and no, I'm not saying
It's
that.
fuzzy.
You asked that.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. I may have been 45. I may have misremembered. It's a. I apologize. I misremembered.
All right, it's in evidence.
It's, okay.
Yeah, well, that's. There you go. Okay. Okay.
Can we play that? Thank you.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. Give me one, please.
Pay attention.
Please, give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, fine. What do you want?
I want couch.
Not shit, man.
I want couch. Agree, please. So you said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. I'm gonna stop fighting.
Have I been cut?
Yes. Everything you've said has been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Not yours.
And no, I'm not saying that. You asked me yours. By the way, you just threw a fucking cigarette on me.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's in that recording?
Do I recognize what's in the recording?
Yes.
Oops. Not paying attention.
Seems pretty clear that she's ordering me to the couch. And I didn't want to go through with any, again, avoiding confrontation, trying to avoid confrontation in any way. I can certainly say that without hesitation, there is no way under the sun that I would flick a cigarette at her or burn her with a cigarette. If I flicked ashes and ash got on her, but she's certainly not screaming out in pain as if a cigarette is being put out on her. That's ludicrous.
Do you recall the situation that's reflected in that audio recording?
I believe that's Montreal. excuse me, Toronto, and, which was right after the Venice Film Festival. We were at the Toronto Film Festival.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about a couple text messages from May 22nd, 2016 that Mr. Rottenborn asked you about earlier. And before I do, could you please remind the jury what was going on between you and Miss Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
On May 22nd, on May 21st, I hadn't seen her since the 22nd of April, her birthday, which was when I left at 4:30 in the morning. I believe,
Objection, Your Honor. This is human. He's already gone through all of this in his direct presentation. She asked him what was happening in the second. He's getting into what happened.
I believe that he's providing context for where they were on the 22nd, but if you could, Mr. Depp, please explain where you were on the 22nd of May in 2016.
as far as I can remember, on May 22nd, 2016, I was preparing to leave for New York for rehearsals and then a tour with the Hollywood Vampires. I was either preparing to leave or I was had left.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 736, please? And do you recall sending this text message to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016 at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
What did you mean when you told her nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease?
It was essentially, for me, I was bringing up what I had spoken to her about before, which was a peaceful resolution to the problems, a peaceful resolution in terms of a peaceful and private, quiet and calm divorce. And so that's why I say it shouldn't elicit anything but a sense of ease, because it was not about, I didn't want to argue, I didn't want anything but to end the marriage in the kindest way possible for all, her family, my family, her, myself, etc.
And what did you mean when you said all my love and profound apologies?
Profound apologies is that it just didn't work. We just could not work. There was no way. And I had to try to put a peaceful end, a peaceful stop to the endless opportunities for these constant arguments. If I didn't put a stop to it, then, I mean, if I didn't try to put a peaceful stop to it, peaceful end to it, then if you don't stop it yourself, it'll stop you. It will stop you, and you don't know what that could be. But it was horrific. And I wanted her out, of it, and I wanted out of it. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to live like that. Not her, not me, not anyone. So I just wanted a smooth exit for both of us. That's all I was looking for.
Mr. Depp, yes, or last week, Mr. Rottenborn played a clip from an audio recording where Miss Heard told you that you vomit in your sleep a lot. Do you remember that recording?
Yes, I do.
And what's your response to that?
When someone tells you that you vomit, you shouldn't tell me. I heard it in court. When someone brings up the fact that you vomit in your sleep every night, and, well, at first I think you'd be aware of it. And also, I think the first thing that I would do is seek medical attention. It didn't exist. I'd never vomited in my sleep every night. There were times when I would get, yes, physically ill from the endless shots that you take when you're just you're unable to take it anymore, and it does affect you physically after a while. So I would have to leave and go and vomit when fights got into these surreal and absurd and horrible places. But it still confounds me as to why she would record that. I don't know why anyone would record that.
Mr. Depp, the clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839, and just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. And the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes 40 seconds to 25 minutes 25 seconds.
Do you have 342 already in evidence?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No. So you want to put 342 with the entire audio in?
Yes, I don't believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
Okay, 342, any objection?
We can confirm afterwards, so if Your Honor would, if it's more comfortable, we can put it in as 342A.
Okay. And what was let's put 342A, what's the part that you're going to?
It's 19 minutes 40 seconds to 25 minutes 25 seconds.
All right. And there's just the two of them, and that's this excerpt, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, that's 342A in evidence, then thank you.
I don't care. Plenty of things you've done. Plenty of things you've fucking done. Absolutely fucking lies.
I didn't
I'm
ever.
talking to you about it. So anyway, I'm leaving. So I'll see you in a bit.
Is that what matters?
You lying?
Is this what matters to you, your party?
You lying?
I never love you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Why? Why? Why are you doing this?
You lying?
Why? What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
Stop.
I'm wrong.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do do I get? I'm leaving because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to. I have never prioritized you behind that. And you, of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said I love you, I'm so sorry, and then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away, but I'm not running, I'm walking away. And if you don't want to be a team in life, then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about. For what it's worth to me. Rules? Because I asked you to stay. Because I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking.
What was it? What was it when you asked me to
You're a
stay?
pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked
I
me to
can't
stay?
stand it.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia. You
Oh,
said
shit.
You promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Did I stay or did I leave?
You changed.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change. You were a fucking.
I stayed.
Yes, you were a cunt.
So I stayed. And I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So, which guy, does that seem normal to you? Does that seem normal to you? You told me tonight that you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
What's that you tell me?
That seems sober? You seem normal?
The definition of normal. You.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now. When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up. I'm not fighting with you anymore.
What are we doing?
I've been saying this to you the whole night.
What are we doing, Rocket? Are we bumpy?
You're not bumpy.
Did he
I said
poop?
this 2 hours ago.
You pooped this morning.
Rocket, it's too early.
But we don't
It's not the weekend.
have to do this every time.
You
we
gotta
disagree.
wait. It's early.
Alright, I'm gonna name him Jack Sparrow.
Please come here. Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you. I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Smack my ear again. Smack my ear again. Resounding in my fucking brain. You like that? No?
He gave me a fucking Charizard. You clown, you fucking troll.
Myself, I will not do it myself. You
I'm
won't
actually pretty fucking salty about that.
Not in Paris or a fucking weird frenzied dog. Won't be it. No?
Randita, I'm trying to talk
Or
to
your goddamn fucking lover, Asia, Fantasia. I'm not gonna be that shit, man. I want to be with you. These are the fucking rules. Fuck that. I'm making this up. Yeah. Fuck all that. Yes.
Mr. Duff, what are you and Miss Heard discussing in this recording?
It is another argument that is apparently not have an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on or some, little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't going to do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off. She still wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave. So it's just another example of kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming and screaming like a banshee and then telling me to calm down when I had been pretty calm, I thought.
Where were you trying to go, if you can recall?
Anywhere. Away.
And why did you ask Miss Heard if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, one of those where leaves you ringing, and it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it make you happy would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop this? Would have done anything to stop. Outside of taking anything to some physical level, I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. That's not me. It's not who I've ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C. And first I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes 14 seconds to 33 minutes 4 seconds.
The objection to 598C.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes 27 seconds to 59 minutes 54 seconds.
All right, 598C.
It's crazy how much audio she recorded of him.
It builds, right? Like you build, I build, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now I'll play back. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right. But
at least that's how I see it.
Indeed. But if things get heated, and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins, and all that stuff, I would have to get away. Because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never. Never. So that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it out.
I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, take some time. Take some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit, whatever's. Let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward.
I don't
You
want
can call
that.
me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. I mean, please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
No, I'm just saying I won't do it again. No. Okay, great. Then let's take our space and let's not do this anymore. Because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument. Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay? Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. Is like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why aren't you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Listen, I'm rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space, whether you like it or not. I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I'll give it some kind of revelation that makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not. This is.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing? Why-
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you
Yeah,
this
I think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really.
Mr. Depp, in the beginning, well, first of all, do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Miss Heard?
The only, excuse me, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I called Sean and said to drive her home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser, so then she could drive back. He would drive her back to downtown, Penthouse 3, with she didn't seem in any shape to drive.
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What did that mean in the context of that conversation?
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was that became
Objection,
part
Your
of
Honor.
it.
He said he doesn't know.
Sustained objection. Next question.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm playing Pokemon and broadcasting the Johnny Depp trial on Twitch.
Mr. Depp, at the end of the day,
the same
on
time.
Thursday, Mr. Rottenborn played an audio recording for you where you were heard saying you were going to hurt yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
That recording is from July of 2016. This was a few months after the restraining order had been put on me. I had been on tour through Europe and then coming through the States. Messages from Carino, who was both of our former agents, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, O-Powers.
Because we had
No, the man's giving me his
one of our
O-Powers.
last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to
I gotta use my piss to get an O-Power.
Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially since I was under a court order not to come within, I don't know.
Yo, last time
100 feet or something
when I
of
fought
her.
the Lucario,
So at first
I had a Lucario and she had
Question.
a fucking Alakazam.
So,
And he one
where
tapped
were
me.
you when that recording was taken?
We both went max. Or whatever. Mega.
That was in San Francisco.
Fucking one tapped me
At
because
a
Alakazam
hotel
is
room.
faster.
So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that you wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
How do you... Oh, yeah, there you
Not
go.
particularly well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her, and
Okay.
so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her lies
Oh, shit.
that the world was now fed, they had been fed, and in no way was she ready to do that, and I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So I
Objection,
was
Your Honor. The question was, how did the discussion go? Let's talk about his children. It's way beyond the scope.
just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
I think he's describing the context around that conversation.
It's way beyond the scope.
I'll sustain the next question.
Mr. Depp, why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
In fact, I wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Miss Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after. So I had a knife in my pocket, and I just took the knife out and I said, "Here, cut me." That's what you want to do. Ultimately, you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it. Have my blood. And she said, no. And I said, look, if you're not going to take it, you want it. I know you want it. That's all I've got left. Take it. If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it. Because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from errors from all over the world, but now she's I don't know what she was
can't
trying
use
to
that
do.
guy until I can move him.
So I just thought the only answer is here. Cut me. Take my blood.
That's fucking weird.
And obviously, there was no threat to Miss Hurd with that knife. It was about spilling my blood, because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have at that point. And I was broken and really just at the end.
Oh!
Couldn't take it anymore. It's, I thought it, I mean, everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite cruel.
Objection, Your Honor. Well being this
I'll sustain the objection. Next
This
one.
is fucking black.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes 43 seconds through 21 minutes 46 seconds.
357, is that?
357, yes.
All right, so is this going to be another one where it's going to be an A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, could you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record? What are you going to play?
It is 357, beginning at 18 minutes 43 seconds through 21 minutes 46 seconds.
All right, any objection at 357A? Or 357A?
I see him going too long. It's gonna stop. It's gonna stop.
I don't know how to get my presentation done.
We write a letter together. Saying that we're going to take this out of the public eye. Saying that we're going to try and work this out tomorrow. Saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening. That we love each other. And that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
No, it matters. You have no idea our credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber, the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah. We got to deal with that, Amber.
My credit is my credibility. You know what?
And why did you put that out there?
I did not. Your team forced me to by going on the offense.
I didn't force you to.
I promise. Look up the timeline. Everything. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I need them so stated.
IO called the cops. You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
While it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can, a jar of can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. I'm a victim of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's fair fight my ass.
Exactly, because you're.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this recording with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
My best estimate is that it was long before quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016 do you think that conversation was? I'm asking for his best estimate.
Allowed it.
So could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How long after May 21st, 2016 do you believe that conversation took place?
Ooh. Yikes.
I would
Claim
say
charge.
that
Think
it
that
was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So it was an attempt to try to make all the
Sustained objection. Next question.
What are you referring to when you said you and Miss Heard will write a letter together?
I was trying to make a peaceful settlement.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
A very large bottle of vodka severing my middle finger in Australia.
And what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose and right there, forehead.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, I, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Sir, you can have a seat next to your attorney, please.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness. Ben King. Somebody gonna go get Mr. King? You can take it with you. Or you just leave it. You can leave it there.
Oh shit.
Right, and good afternoon, Mr. King.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Ben King.
And Mr. King, can you briefly tell us where you're from?
London. Central London.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background? What's your occupation?
I'm a house manager, personal assistant presently with an individual who also lives in Central London.
Can you lean into the microphone a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. Here we go.
Now, did you say you're a house manager?
That's right, personal assistant, house manager.
And can you just tell those of us in the courtroom who aren't familiar, what does that mean?
I work presently for a gentleman who's in the entertainment industry, who and I manage his property, a large apartment in Central London, take care of the daily needs and running of that, oversight of the staff, and travelling with him when needed and things like that.
And how long have you been in this occupation?
Since about 1991, I started in private service, if you like, in house management, in butlering, in all that stuff.
Typically based around London?
Correct. I started work in London. Was my first big job at Buckingham Palace, funnily enough, for 4 years, and then I continued in different positions, full-time and self-employed, freelance capacity for many years as well.
Just generally, can you tell us, and without getting into any specifics, but what type of people would you say you typically provide these services for?
Generally high net worth people, individuals or families, residences.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Depp?
I met and worked for Mr. Depp in 2014, and subsequently a couple of times after that.
Okay, and can you briefly just explain to the jury how it came to be that you were working for Mr. Depp?
Sure. Yes, at that point I was working in a freelance, self-employed capacity. A lot of my jobs came through friends of friends, personal recommendations, etc. And I was asked by a friend of a friend on this occasion, would I be available to go and manage a property where Mr. Depp was going to be staying for about a month in central London. Was I available? Would I be willing to do it? And I was available at that point, and so I said yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, what time frame are we talking about here?
That was August 2014.
And did you in fact end up working for Mr. Depp in that time frame?
I did, yes.
Now, just to clarify, were you employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So who was your employer?
I was paid through a large hotel which was close by to the house, who also they provided the housekeeper who was working with us for that month as well. So I was paid through them.
Can you just generally explain to us what kind of work you were doing for Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in this time frame?
Sure, yeah, it was the setup of the house, basically. Setting up the house initially, which meant ahead of the principals arriving, which meant making sure all the linens were in place for the bedrooms. It was a sizable property, and just organising everything ahead of their arrival. Once they arrived, it was the management of that property, the oversight of it, and the day-to-day running. Some service, like butler service, and managing the housekeeper day-to-day through that whole month.
And when you refer to the principals, who are you referring to?
Mr. Depp and Miss Heard.
Where exactly were you working in London at this point? Just kind of describe for us the house.
This was in Mayfair. It was a large townhouse in an old building, but it's very contemporary inside, modern, furnished very modern sort of way. Quite spacious, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, I think. A small indoor pool, a small gym. Quite an open plan layout throughout the house.
Well, so she's
And how long were they there?
For the month, essentially, yes.
Can you tell us just generally what hours you would typically work in a day while you were working for them in London in this time frame?
Yeah, approximately. It depended on what was going on, but I mean, generally 7 or 8 in the morning till 7 or 8 in the evening. Typically, there was a chef employed as well. Russell, brilliant chef. He tended to stay after I left in the evening. He would cook dinner, serve dinner, and thankfully cleaned up after dinner, so I could leave sort of early to mid-evening, usually most days. Unless we had guests, unless there were guests or other things going on.
During your time managing the house for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in 2014, did you have occasion to observe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely.
How often?
Most daily, I would say. Pretty much most days through that period.
And did you yourself interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, also daily, I would say.
Which of them would you say, or did you see one of them more often than the other?
Miss Heard was there. Mr. Depp was, the reason I think they rented the house was because Mr. Depp was working at a studio. I think it was Mordecai, the movie. So Miss Heard was there at the house most of the days. Mr. Depp often went to work and came back later on in that evening, that day.
How would you generally describe the interactions that you observed between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Initially, very sort of loving towards each other, you know, nice couple. Mr. Depp was always a gentleman and keen to make sure Miss Heard was taken care of. Anything she needed, often pour a glass of wine for her. Just nice, you know, pleasant.
How about your own interactions with the couple? How did you get along with them both?
I think very well. Yeah, they were really open to me, and I mean, my background's quite formal, so it was quite an informal setting. I was able to ask questions to either of them. Miss Heard especially, it was really helpful to get information about what time they wanted dinner, you know, basic stuff like that, or anything. It was good interaction all the time with the both of them.
Now you mentioned wine. Can you tell us to what extent did you observe either of them consume alcohol over the course of these 4 weeks?
Sure. When I started that job, or when I was taking that job on, I was told, I think by Mr. Depp's assistant, that he was... Oh, sorry.
Can you answer without telling what you were told?
I was made aware that Mr. Depp was...
Could you put your microphone on?
Okay.
Same objection. He's explaining what he was been told, and now he just said I was informed.
I don't think it's offered for the truth, Your Honor. I think it's just offered to explain his own behavior towards the couple.
Yeah, that's the approach.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. King, moving past the conversation, let's not touch on that. But just in general, can you describe the alcohol consumption that you personally observed and what you personally witnessed?
Sure. I didn't see Mr. Depp consume any alcohol during that time in London, there was a large consignment of wine that had been delivered to the house at the start of the visit. Many cases that I had to store, I had to find a place to store. And generally speaking, on a day-to-day, about 1 or 2 bottles of red wine were consumed per day. That's fair to say.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp drink any of the wine?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe Miss Heard drink any of the wine?
Yes, I did.
Regularly?
Daily.
Now, I think you already testified that you observed interactions with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, and you generally found them to be friendly. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
Were there any exceptions to that?
Towards me?
I'll rephrase. Did you ever observe any arguments between you?
Yes, I did.
You can answer.
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay, and can you describe for us the arguments that you observed?
I can describe 2 of them, certainly. There were a few arguments on that during that month.
Let's just start with those 2.
Okay. The first one I remember was an evening. Actually, they were both the ones I recall were, and I was close to, were evenings. First particular evening, the couple were due to go out for dinner, I guess. I know the car was waiting in the little courtyard there, ready for them to go, and security were waiting to take them. I was waiting to see them out into the car. I was at the foot of on the ground floor level, to wait to see them out, essentially. And I heard, the first thing I heard was Miss Heard shouting upstairs in the master suite where they were getting ready to leave. I heard her shout something, I don't recall what. I was in the vicinity, I wasn't really there to listen. And I heard footsteps, loud footsteps sort of going across, like a corridor, if you like, on the top of those stairs that went around the master suite. Loud footsteps, and then more footsteps following, more shouting. And that sort of went on for some time. I mean, I knew that what time they needed to leave. I don't recall what time that was, but I knew they were supposed to have left already. And it went on for a bit.
Do you recall how that first fight or argument resolved?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I know that they left eventually, albeit late. I don't know how it really resolved, because I made myself busy, but not going too far away from the door to make sure I saw them out.
All right, and then what about the second argument that you mentioned?
Second one, I was pretty much in the same vicinity, the same room on the ground floor. Again, the couple were in the TV room, I think, which was off the main sitting room, early evening. I was going about my early evening duties, replenishing drinks close by, lighting the fire, lighting candles, whatever it might have been. I was close enough to hear Miss Heard say, "Why did you take your hand away from me, Johnny? Don't you love me anymore?" Like, not in a playful way, I might add. And I think he replied, "Of course I do, don't be silly. Of course I do." And it kind of launched from that point. And at one point, Mr. Depp got up and went to the bathroom or went upstairs, and I was sort of scuttling around out of the way because I wasn't there listening. I was just there doing my stuff in and around them. Yeah, it was a strange, sort of banal way to start an argument. But
how would you describe Miss Heard's tone when she said, "Why did you take your hand away, Johnny?"
Accusatory, spoiled teenage child, maybe, is that fair? They do pretty, not playfully, let's put it that way, more angrily.
Over the course of the 4 weeks in August and September 2014, when you were working with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in London,
Yes.
Did you ever observe any physical violence of any kind between the two?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe any injuries on either one?
No, neither of them.
After those 4 weeks, did you ever work for Mr. Depp or Miss Hurd again?
I did, a couple of occasions. The following year was the first one, the following spring,
Okay, and where was that?
in Australia.
And what is it? Was it unusual for you to be in Australia?
In Australia maybe, but not unusual for me to travel for clients from my assignments to wherever it was needed.
How exactly did it come about that you were in Australia with Mr. Depp?
Towards the end of the London visit, Mr. Depp had kindly said, thanks so much for looking after us, we really like you, maybe if you're free next year and we can arrange it, we can make it happen. Perhaps you'll be able to come to Australia with us. I've got a film, Pirates 5. So I said, great, I'd love to, obviously. I was freelance at the time, so it was going to be about 4 months work, I think it was billed as, so I thought, yes, I wouldn't mind some of that, thank you very much.
And where in Australia were you staying?
It was the Gold Coast, it's all Brisbane area. Brisbane was the main airport, so it was about an hour's drive south of Brisbane.
And do you recall when you arrived?
I arrived on February the 4th, I know I flew on that day.
How did your job responsibilities in Australia compare to your job responsibilities in London?
Much the same, just on a bigger scale. The house was larger. There was a bit more setup to do, but essentially the same oversight of the house, responsible for it during the whole gig.
And were you employed by Mr. Depp or Miss Hurd?
No.
Who were you employed by?
Essentially by Disney, the production company affiliated with Disney, who were making the movie. I think their name was Herschel, was the production company.
Now, I think you said you arrived in Australia on February 4th, 2015. Do I have that right? Okay. How about Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd? When did they arrive?
The setup for me, for us, was about a few weeks. I think they arrived towards the end of February 2015.
And between your arrival and their arrival, what had you been doing?
Just setting up the house. I lived on site. There was a guest house on site, a 2-bedroom, single-story guest house that I stayed in for those first couple of weeks, setting up the house and just getting everything ready during that time. And then I moved out to apartments, which we all had. A lot of the crew, the chef had an apartment. We all had apartments about a 30-minute drive south of the house.
And so we're talking about this house in Australia. So can you kind of describe that property to us?
Yes, it was a large house on a few acres of land. A 3-story house, 5 bedrooms, with 2 or 3 buildings within the grounds as well. A good-sized house, beautiful location.
How many entrances would you say it had?
Entrances, many. I mean, many certainly on the lower ground level out to the garden. On the first or on the main floor level, there were many entrances. I mean, every room in that house had a balcony at least. Every room on the lower ground floor had a sliding door, a door out. The utility room, the garage, the gym, everything. Obviously the front door. Many. On the main level, the large glass sliding doors out to the pool area, which had a gazebo and it steps down to the ground.
Okay, and once Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd arrived to stay at this house, was anybody else staying in the house?
Staying in the house, no.
Was anybody else staying on the grounds?
On the property, yes. I mean, there was a couple there, caretaking couple, Sean and his wife, Sandra, who worked for the owner of the house. They lived on site essentially all the time. They were there pretty much throughout. And their house was, a couple of 100 yards away from the main house. And yes, security were there also.
What?
All right, sticking with the caretaker just briefly, about how long would you estimate it would take to walk from the main house to the caretaker's house?
Under 5 minutes. Yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
And then you mentioned security. What was the security setup?
Security was set up by Jerry Judge. They were employed, they stayed in the grounds for the duration. They didn't come into the house. They had a little sort of shack around by the perimeter wall where they would start their patrols from, walk around the grounds, around the exterior of the house at certain times of the day, write their reports and go back and stay in their
What
shack.
the fuck?
And how many security guards would be on site at any particular time?
I think one in the day and one in the night, so they did sort of 12 hours about, as I remember it.
But it was 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Do you know whether those were local employees or were they regularly employed?
I believe they were Australian, yes.
Okay. Now, I think you said you were not on the property 24/7, right? You had an apartment elsewhere?
Correct, yeah. I kept the same hours as I did in London, essentially. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, not quite, but 7, 8 a.m. till evening, till everything was set up. And
shit,
I could
okay.
leave.
We have a remote work session on Thursday.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity when you were in Australia to observe Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's interactions with each other?
Yes, of course.
And how would you describe them?
Initially very good, like in London. It seemed very pleasant towards each other.
Did you observe any arguments?
Yes. I had several.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes. Similar pattern, it seemed, to London arguments. One in particular was very similar to the second one in London. Started in the TV room, funnily enough. Loud voices, and Mr. Depp leaving the room, shutting the door, going to another room to play his guitar or to a bathroom, whatever. And Miss Heard closely following and opening the door or suddenly rapping on the door. It seemed to continue.
You've given us an estimate about how many arguments you think you observed in this time frame, approximately?
Several. I mean, we were there for several months, so certainly many more than in London.
Did you observe any alcohol consumption in Australia by either of them?
Yes, again, Ms. Heard, I was, again, part of my responsibilities was to provision the house and have everything set up for that. So I regularly bought red wine for Ms. Heard, which she consumed same amount as in London, I think.
And what amount is that?
Generally speaking, 1 or 2 bottles a day.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp start any arguments with Ms. Heard?
No.
Sorry, hold on, Judge.
Sorry.
Yeah, can you put your mic there?
Leading? Objection, leading.
Oh, it's the same as the leading.
Okay. We can move on.
No question.
Do you remember anything about Friday, March 6th, 2015?
It was essentially a normal Friday, if you like. End of the week. Yay. Nothing extraordinary about that day.
Did you come into work that day?
Yes. Yeah, I was there.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you would have left the house on that date?
I remember taking a photo of a beautiful sunset over the pool. The sun would set over the pool and the creek. I took a photo of that around early evening, so 6:37. I would think I wouldn't have left much later than that.
Was Mr. Depp there when you left?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp was at the studio still on that day. I can't remember sort of seeing him to say goodbye. Have a good weekend.
How about Miss Heard? Do you recall if she was there when you left?
Yes, she was.
Did anything unusual happen that weekend?
Yeah, I would say something pretty unusual happened.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I can.
Foundation.
Foundation? You want like a foundation?
At some point, did you become aware that something had happened between
Yes.
Mr. Depp and Mr.
I'll just do that.
All right, turning to the following Sunday.
How much more do you have? Time for afternoon break.
I think we can. I have a little bit more, Your Honor, so I think maybe this could be a good time for
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? You're excused, thank you.
Yo, fuck all this shit and throw away so much stuff, and then I'll be like, why'd I throw away this? That's what people do, That's what people do, right? That's one way of handling it. Or like finding a task rabbit person that's like competent and like getting them to do it if you have the cash. Yeah. I plan to like start packing up when I get back from this Las Vegas trip. I mean, I'll try helping you, but I make no promises. My life is a mess. My life has been a mess. I'm in finals week for my online school. I have like 4 weeks of stuff. So like classes right now. Well, that's the other thing. Like, same as like with the school stuff. Like Sydney was. Everyone knows in finals right now. I think Zion has finals like next week or something. And Sydney was in finals this past week, and I really needed help with writing the sexual harassment policy. So I was like, "Hey Sydney, do you have time?" And Sydney was like, "No, I'm in finals right now." And I'm like, "Fuck! You said you could do all this stuff in the business, and this is the time that I need help." It always is like that. It always is like that. We're all like talking about where this we're talking about responsibilities. Like, you know how there's like role responsibilities, so you have a work responsibility, you have a family responsibility.
I wasn't checking trash cans.
Relationship responsibility, relationship responsibility, and then you have additional responsibilities as a student, and you also have other responsibilities as like a leader if you're a leader. And like,
Nice.
there's only so
Wait,
much time
that.
in the day,
Whoa.
and so
Okay.
many hats you have to wear that you can handle sometimes. I'm only wearing the 3 hats right now. I'm wearing the work hat, the business, my farming business hat, and then the other hat is relationship hat. No, you also have a moving hat. Fuck, I do have a moving hat. That's stupid. You have a moving hat. You have a work hat. You have a business, self-owned business hat. You also have your self hat for like relationships and shit and hobbies. And then like you have the hat for like you have a lot of hats. I have a lot of hats. I'm a student. I work and then I have relationships and also a fucking parent. Like
Rocket! What do you need?
and then I'm also trying to buy a house.
Rocket.
For a short time.
Whoa! Rocket. Oh! Rocket. Oh!
Yeah. I feel like this is a very intense time for the business, and I'm trying to spread out responsibilities, but
Did y'all have anything in here? Right, this is where I got bullet punch. Hmm. I don't need a Blastoise light anymore, you motherfucker. Insane. Should I buy X defenses? Yeah, I'm gonna buy a fucking ton of X defenses.
ready for the jury? All right, thank you.
Hey.
All right, have a seat. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. King,
Yes.
before we went on break, we were discussing Friday, March 6th, 2015.
Right.
After you left the house that evening, when did you next see Miss Heard?
Sunday the 8th.
And where did you see Miss Heard?
At the house.
What were your typical hours?
Yeah, Amber Heard did shit in his bed, and she lied and said it was her dog. But like the maid said that was a human-sized shit. Like she has like a little dog. She's like a toy dog.
Why were you at the house that Sunday?
I was called to the house by one of
This dude right here that's talking right now. So he like was a property manager for them as a couple, and like he's saying that she drinks all the time, drinks a bottle of wine a day at least.
When you arrived.
No, Amber Heard.
Debbie Lloyd was there. David Kipper was there. Amber Heard was there. Jerry Judge was there.
And I think by now probably everybody's familiar, but can you just very quickly say who those people are?
Sure. Debbie Lloyd was a nurse. David Kipper was Dr. David Kipper. Miss Heard was Miss Heard, and Jerry Judge was head of security.
And when you arrived at the house on Sunday, March 8th, 2015, what did you do?
I just parked up and went into the house.
And did you observe anything when you went into the house?
Yeah, I mean, initially I walked into the front door. Initially I heard, rather than saw anything, I could hear pretty hysterical sobbing, crying, which sounded like Miss Heard.
Wait, I had not considered this before,
Jerry Judge's
but
voice.
does every single one of these cafe owners? No,
There's
they
a
don't
few
sell
steps
shit.
as you go up into the house, so you can't immediately see what's going on. But so I went up the steps. I could see then Miss Heard over on the right-hand side, towards the TV room with
Like not not on accident, Angelica. Like pointedly shitting on your pillow.
directly ahead as you walk up those steps.
And were you able to visually see Miss Heard?
Yes,
And you were able to hear her as well?
absolutely.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Hysterical, probably the best way to describe it. Crying a lot, and just crying uncontrollably. I think it's fair to say.
Nice.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love. It will be all right." Jerry was good, like a big heart. Jerry, good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm. Well, mostly.
And what did you do next?
I saw they were engaged across a way there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps,
boy.
and spoke to David Kipper.
following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had.
Objection here, sir.
Alright.
Your Honor, it's, well, maybe approach.
Okay.
So you can answer the question. What did you do next?
So I spoke to David Kipper, who was in the kitchen area, seemingly rummaging through a bin. He said that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger, one of his fingers, and he was looking for the fingertip that it said it had been severed. So I said, well, shall I help you? You know, as one would. And he said, yeah, that would be a good idea. I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs. So I went to, we split up. He left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs to search.
At some point, was Mr. Depp's fingertip found?
Yes.
Who found it?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area. The games room bar area.
So, can you walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. There was a bit of damage down the steps. That a big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase. On my way down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. A broken ping pong table.
That's the whole thing. When she took the pets to Australia and didn't register them. It was like an international incident.
Around the bar area.
And where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Directly below the bar. The bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There's a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that was probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base of the bar, by one of the bar stools.
Was there any property damage around the finger?
Yes, I had a fair bit. On the floor around that area, there were puddles of what smelt like alcohol to me. Seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle. And at the end of the bar, as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, it was smashed and cracked. There's a blue mirror.
So this dude is like sitting here, like this is the property manager dude. He's describing the scene after she cut off his finger.
Window at the end of the bar, and more plaster work damage on the wall above the sink. It was sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned...
she literally cut his finger off, though.
Was the vodka bottle intact?
No. No, nothing was really intact.
I think it's ring finger left hand.
Top of the bottle is like
No, ring finger right hand, actually.
how I knew it was a
Because he was happy that it wasn't his left hand, because then he couldn't play guitar anymore.
Sort of yellow top. There was a large chunk of the bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and several other, lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper, sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it. I'm not sure, but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, a little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think, at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly to see if it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
How you know? It seemed like there was probably a lot of red flags.
Now, you've told us a little bit about the state.
Angelina Jolie told him not to marry her.
Yes.
Can you generally describe
Angelina's crazy too.
level by level
Yeah,
through
she
the house?
knows crazy.
Yeah, like if a crazy bitch tells you a
What
bitch
then?
is crazy.
Sure, do you want me to start lower ground floor in that bar area?
They
I mean,
recognize
describe
gay.
a lot.
Yeah.
Sure, that's fine.
She said she accepted your proposal way too quick, Johnny.
There are a lot of blood drips across that floor. It was a kind of cream-coloured tiled floor in that whole games area. As I said, the ping pong table was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar, and the chunk out of the marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, there were a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid sort of puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-coloured couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions, and that was obvious. The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like, remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was below, looked like coffee splattered.
Oh shit, they're dark also.
The TV, and on the floor as well. Through there, we'd set up an art studio, so a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on.
Ooh, a lot of strobes. Oh, man, I'm so tired of people like using strobes. It's such a bad like. Ugh.
Especially over there's a vast sort of.
Like people know.
So there's a lot of oil paint and blood drips.
There's no reason to use it.
Up to the staircase. In one of the bedrooms, there were two bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going upstairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips of the stairs going up. Again, cream-coloured carpet, which is not ideal. And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and two bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom there was damage to the plaster work on the pillar outside on the wall. Blood drips into the master bedroom floor. going into the master bathroom, there was a his and hers sink and a mirror, a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, that one of the bedrooms, or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers, and another lamp was broken. Mr. Depp's guitar was in one of those bedrooms, a bloodstained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage
on each level, yeah.
Whose job was it to clean all that up?
That was mine. It was mine. My responsibility. The house was essentially my responsibility.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all, yes.
Did you observe any damaged phones?
Yeah.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Maybe the next one.
But also, it's like, but do you need to go to the circus?
Decorating the house?
The owners had left their art in the house, yes.
I guess while you still can, maybe.
Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves, yes. But, yes, there was some that came with the house, if you like.
Focusing just on the artwork that came with the house,
Mhm.
did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not. Thank goodness.
Is there any other damage that comes to mind?
Just a lot of blood and a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with blood and paint. Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes, absolutely.
That's fine. No other damage. Does any other damage come to mind?
No.
Can we take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 375, which I believe is already in evidence? And can we publish this to the jury?
No, I checked my tickets and I only had like 97 tickets. And this was after like never checking this card after being there multiple times.
Mr. King, are you familiar with the image that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, it's one of the mirrors I was telling you about in the master bathroom.
And so, were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used, or what substance I guess what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil paint.
All right. How about the red writing that says, "Call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe." Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I believe.
Foundation.
He's testified that he was cleaning it up.
It certainly seemed like lipstick to me, red lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Quite a long time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning, so at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the 9th.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Miss Heard?
Yes, I certainly did.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Yes, not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot, and Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening, it was suggested that Miss Heard go to a local hotel, to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA, and that's I think when I started interacting. In terms of, at some point I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave leave for Los Angeles?
She was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. Really didn't want to go and said, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave. Those sorts of things. And so it was just, these went over a few hours, those negotiations, if you like, and eventually Miss Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
And did you in fact fly with her?
I did, on Monday the 9th.
Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, how close were you to her?
Very close, you know, like very close, in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, I mean, she was obviously crying a lot, she had red eyes, and, but no, otherwise no.
So what happened the following day, that Monday, March 9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right, so, I mean, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard, so I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which, funnily enough, I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes, you know, a bag to take. So I think I left the house early hours, as I said, 2 or 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I mean, I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but you know, I was travelling, so passport, quick shower, pick up a bag of clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey, to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation there.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily we were travelling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind of VIP, for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close to where the desk was. Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so I sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking, I don't know who to at that point, and I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon, because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in, maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead, and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
Did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, I mean, not initially, but she took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now. Everybody needs to sit down. And she did come to sit down, but, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat, I think it's 1A, 1B window seat. I had the iron seat. And finally, we could both sit down and in way of conversation wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say finally, so what happened? Obviously referring to the house. And I mean, she didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no, actually I'm pretty calm, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't, and she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I said, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something. With a person, no, never. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
How would you describe her tone when she asked those questions of you?
To me, incredulous, would be fair to say. Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Does anything else stand out about that flight?
It was fairly calm. After that, it was calm. I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was, and I can't remember eating. We just slept most of the flight until obviously we landed. We were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
And how would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks. Very uniform, in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
On the plane towards coming into land, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she pleasant towards Travis, certainly in the car. Obviously they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment. I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, a little tour. She wrote down some restaurant recommendations, because she knew I'd be staying a few days, probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants, and then I left and said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, if you need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
How long were you in LA?
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia, what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors I bought in, and just getting the house back as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Miss Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes, yeah.
And how would you describe their interactions?
Again, initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant, almost honeymoon-like, I would say. They strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes. I mean, many. Several more, yeah.
And how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving the room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seem to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, to understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Initially, together I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of Miss
Right,
Heard, actually.
Mr. Depp arrived first, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that Miss Heard, Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia?
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015, isn't that true?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
I'll allow it. Yeah, true.
Sorry, what was the question?
Ms. Heard could have arrived on March 5th, 2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them argue when they came back in April, correct?
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there, yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days? Not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th, 2015, correct?
I think there were, I mean...
Excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
Well, you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Specifically, the day, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Wrapped, I mean, it was loosely wrapped. The paper was opened by that point. The blood had dried up and it was sitting in the sort of nest of this paper, yes.
So like someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. I mean, it was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper. Kitchen paper. Tissue.
So it was in kitchen paper, is that right?
Or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it.
So like a paper towel?
Like a piece of kitchen towel.
When
Kitchen
you say
paper.
kitchen towel, our language is made, even though we both speak English, I may say a little different. It's like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper, kitchen towel. Yes,
Okay.
like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection, foundation, speculation, relevance.
Just asking if he saw. He said he saw. He said he saw him every day. So I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question. You can answer it. That's fine.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house.
And
I didn't see him at any point.
do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice. Yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia, unless you saw him at the house or on set. Is that right?
I saw him at the house. Yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5
Were
filming.
you-
Yes.
But were you with him?
No, but the security with him, and I had to liaise with him for when they would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there. You weren't there when Mr. Depp left the house, correct?
Generally, I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days. No.
And I just want to make sure. I want to be clear. There were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, Steve.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he injured his finger. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point, he flew to LA. Yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right? 2015.
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection.
That-
Foundation speculation.
I didn't. Oh, sorry.
His objection.
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll open
Which
the
bit?
objection. You can answer it.
That the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I don't know when it resumed, to be honest. I knew Mr. Depp come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
Now, when you arrived at the house, you saw a significant amount of damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, after I arrived, yeah.
And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean, there was a fair amount of damage.
The house was wrecked,
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
and the house was not in a good state, correct?
Asked and
There
answered.
was a lot of damage throughout the
You
house.
gotta object first, and then you have your objection.
Yeah.
Mr.
Objection.
Stand, and it helps. I'll rule the objection. Go ahead. Next question.
And you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes. Down in the lower ground floor, correct.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
In various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There were smears and drips on the carpet.
So there were smears from the master level up to the bedroom area? I mean, from the main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
Like someone had walked from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up the steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Or down. I mean,
Up or
there was
down, but
blood
from the
on
main
that
level
staircase.
from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you said the sofas were damaged, is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing, so off that there was a sofa with a large TV on the wall-mounted TV in front of that sofa.
And the sofa was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen.
And where the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood. Okay. And lights were damaged?
Some lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
Yes, I mean, there was I don't completely understand what you mean.
You saw that, correct?
There was alcohol bottles, yes. There was in the fridge. I mean, maybe it being a bottle of wine, I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined. I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area, and staircase, and on the main floor area, and the wooden parquet floor, correct.
And the floors were going to have to be sanded, correct?
I eventually got them sanded, yes.
And it took, you were there, I think you testified, it took you about 12 to 13 hours in the house cleaning up, correct?
Correct.
And you said that there was your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged.
The existing paintings from the owners of the house, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it.
I did not, and thankfully that was something I didn't have to replace.
Do you know if anyone else saw that?
Painting.
Objection, speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
You know, with his objection.
Oh,
You
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop, that's all right.
I'm sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can see you better when you do that.
Understood.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you said that Jerry Judge was at the house, correct?
Correct.
And he's the head of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Miss Hurd on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you have, the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper?
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper. Yes, she was going to be. I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on the weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation, vague.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
Thank you. Concern. Sorry.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage that had been done, correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Hurd, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Hurd, essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Hurd was obviously with me at that point, so I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement. I'll allow it.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about, I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know, I trusted her and the chef anyway. They were good team members.
As the house manager, part of your job is to, you said you work with high profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what they actually said.
Would you agree that one part of your job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust and discretion.
And Mr. Depp was your client, right?
I worked on an assignment on those occasions, yes, but I was self-employed at the time.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct, essentially. And Miss Hurd, both being the principals.
Who paid? And do you know who paid for your services?
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
And can we put out defendants exhibit 377, which is already in evidence? Mr. King, do you see defendants exhibit 377 in front of you?
I do, yes.
And do you recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
Yes, it was, I believe, one of the lampshades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And you saw, did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I did, yeah. As part of my walk around to see what.
And what floor was the lampshade on?
This was on where the art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level. Okay.
Yes.
And was this? Did you notice that it was dark paint that was on the lampshade?
Certainly looked like it, yes.
And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yes, without seeing the metadata.
And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 374, please? And you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 374 as a mirror that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And this mirror was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct. There were 2 mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
Master
essentially.
bathroom. And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting says starring Billy Bob. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I don't know. I was writing.
And was this in the writing? Was it in paint?
I believe it was the same paint, the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
And did you take this picture?
Again, possibly. I haven't seen the metadata, but yes, probably.
And let's put back up Defendant's Exhibit 375. This writing was also in the master bathroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And could you tell if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I just knew I was going to have to clean it up at some point.
Right, your whole concern was just cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that one was oil paint and the other red writing was lipstick.
And lipstick, you're not even sure of that. You just thought it was something sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, you know, like
Waxy.
lipstick-like, same as the oil paint was oil paint-like.
Did you see paint? Did you see also any writing in blood?
Writing, not necessarily.
Now, did you help when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to LA? You were with her, correct?
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point, yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes.
Not that I could see, not so much. You know, at that point of packing, I mean.
There was paint in the tub, correct?
Say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes. Is that what you're saying?
Asked and
I
answered.
do.
Now, you said you were in charge of the cleanup, correct?
Yes, it was my responsibility.
Um,
The house was.
And you were working with Mr. Judge and cleaning up the house. Is that right?
On the night that the day that I arrived there,
Yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown? Photos of the house.
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
I took a few, yeah. I mean, yeah.
And did you take pictures other than the three that you saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
No.
Do you know what you took the photos with?
My phone.
And who would you have sent those photos to?
I didn't send them to anybody at that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes.
They're where they're on your phone still?
They're on one of my devices, yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't give that to anybody?
There are a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but probably more than 10.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Who asked you for the photos?
I was involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Say again, sorry.
Did you give a photo of the vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos I sent.
What other? So did you take photos of the walls?
The walls, certainly the smears of the blood and the damage, the plaster damage, yes.
You took photos of the walls with blood on it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right? That was damaged.
At the end of the bar and in the bar behind the bar by the sink, yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
Yes, as part of the bar area, I'm
Did
sure.
you take photos of? There was a glass table that was broken too, correct?
The glass table, I don't recall the glass table.
Okay. Did you take photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it, yes.
Okay. And the only time you gave those photos to anyone, you were saying, was in the UK case a couple years back?
I've never shared them with anybody else, yes.
And it costs about $75,000 to clean up the damage, isn't that right?
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, after all the vendors had been and done their thing, about 50,000, I seem to recall.
Now, you said you flew back to Australia with Miss Heard, correct?
I didn't fly back with
I
Miss
mean,
Heard.
flew back to LA from Australia, thank you, with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asleep for most of the flight, correct?
A lot of it. I think it was a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it. Yeah.
And you were exhausted from the 13 hours you were working on the house, right?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Miss Heard said to you, have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it, correct?
After I'd asked, so, what happened?
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty clear what I was referring to.
Let me ask again. You did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
With her answer,
Correct.
she didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. King, you testified on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you provided 2 witness statements, correct?
Correct.
And then you provided testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
And if you take a look at page 1103 of your testimony. You see how the pages go in fours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see it's actually on the
Bottom right?
bottom right. You see that?
Yeah, got it.
And if you actually look at, you see starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct. And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question, she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was your testimony you gave in the UK 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what, and you don't know what Ms. Heard was talking about when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring that she was making that statement about Mr. Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house, and she gave me that answer. So I think we were both, it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about. I mean,
and then you went to sleep.
At that point.
And then you went to sleep, and then you had the flight the rest of the
Sometime after that, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm, is that right? On the
That's
flight?
right, towards the end of the flight, yeah.
Okay. If we could put up 376G. Do you recognize this picture?
I've not seen this picture before.
Were these the cuts? Did you see cuts like this on Ms. Heard?
Is that Ms. Heard?
Why don't we put up 376C? You recognize the person in that picture?
That's Ms. Heard.
All right. And did you see cuts like that, which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the cut. It was the cuts were like this on her kind of wrist, forearm area. Is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform like they do here, yes.
Like to enter 376C into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 376C in evidence.
And can we put back up 376G? Seeing 376C, is this consistent with the scratches on 376G, or are these consistent with the scratches you saw in Ms. Heard?
I don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the same date?
Oh, my
these
question is, are the scratches similar to what you saw in Ms. Heard?
These are uniform, kind of long, thin scratches, yes.
I'd like to enter
scratches.
376G into evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, Foundation, he hasn't authenticated the document through this witness.
I mean, I'm just asking if the pictures are consistent with what he's...
allow it 376G.
And can you publish it, please?
It is.
Thank you. Okay. Now, you were in the house, you said, for 12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th, 2015.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
You had interaction with Mr. Judge, yes.
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
Correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie, correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And isn't it true that in the entire time you were there, you were not informed as to what caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
Asking what he wasn't told.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper had told me he'd sustained an injury on one of his fingers.
Objection, hearsay.
You asked the question.
Oh,
Next question.
okay, you said he sustained an injury to his finger,
Yes,
but you don't know what caused the injury to his finger.
one of
correct?
his fingers.
But you don't know you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I don't
Same objection,
really
Your Honor,
recall.
hearsay.
Sorry, I'll allow it. Next question. Answer.
Now, you understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording as people were cleaning up?
At that time, no.
But you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
But
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'm not asking for particular statements.
I'll allow it if he knows.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
I would like to put up defendant's 378. It's a recording. I want to play a couple of times. 12:07 through 13:19.
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I'd also like to play 1951 through 21:38.
Is this going to be used again, or is this?
I think it would be A.
Okay, 378. Any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, and on that basis, it's hearsay.
Okay.
Unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Sure.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Going back to the photos that you took for a moment, of that damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Depp ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos for Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Didn't withhold any photos from anybody. I didn't withhold.
Did you give all of the photos you have on your phone to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
Not all of the photos on my phone, no.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015.
Probably not all of them, I don't think so.
You didn't give them all. You didn't give them all to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I don't believe I gave all of the photos.
Why not?
Because there are a decent amount of them. I mean,
So you picked and chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Could you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
I really can't. An amount. I don't recall how many.
More than 3?
Yes.
More than 10?
Possibly more than 10. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection.
Possible.
Speculation.
I mean,
Not an answer.
Do you know?
sorry.
She overruled you.
Oh, okay. Possibly more than 10. Yeah.
But somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
Possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other what they asked for?
I gave them some photos. I don't recall how many or how many were asked for, requested.
And those were requested in 2020?
Correct. Prior to
The UK?
that, yes.
Trial? Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
And was that about between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
But was it the same amount of photos that you gave to Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK?
I don't know if it's the same amount. I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in this case ask for all the photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that damage?
I don't know if they requested them all.
Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings were the...
Did Mr. Waldman ever ask you for the photos?
I don't know if he asked me specifically. He was part of that team, I assume, so...
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago, yeah.
Okay. And he was part of the team that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that right?
He was part of that team as I understood it, yeah.
Okay. And as part of that team, he and others were asking for photos from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
They requested them at some point, some of them.
And that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos, is that right?
The photos, correct.
Okay. And then, was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Yes.
There was?
Yeah, I mean, it was essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you
photos.
for photos in this case?
I don't recall a name specifically.
Was it a man or a woman?
I just, part of the team, I don't recall.
Okay. And when did they make that request?
When? I don't know a date. I don't know specifically.
Do you know what year?
This year, last year? I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or early 2022, is that what you're saying?
I honestly don't recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes.
Okay, but not all of them.
Correct.
So do you have more than 10 to 20 photos on your phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
But you have a larger amount on your phone than what you provided to Mr. Depp's counsel, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Not sustained.
Cumulative.
I'll sustain the objection. It was asked and answered.
Going to London for a couple minutes. You didn't live at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Heard had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay. Yes.
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct.
Right. And so you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point? What do you mean?
When Miss Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Oh, they were all enjoying the wine, for sure.
They were all drinking the wine.
I took care of them as I would take care of any guests that came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Miss Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay, and then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were there on their own, there was certainly that amount, yes.
But do you know how many? You don't know how many. You don't know how many bottles were there when it was Miss Heard and her friends, correct?
I'd say more.
You don't know. You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall the count, but certainly more than when there were just 2 of them in the house, because
you
there
don't
were
know- but you
7
don't-
extra people or 5 people.
But you don't know the count.
Precisely, no, I don't.
And do you know how much time Miss Heard was in London with Mr. Depp, not with her friends?
A fair amount of that time.
What
I
do you-
don't recall days. No, I don't recall.
So they were there for a month, correct?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I mean, when I say they, Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall, but I don't think it was that long.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't think it was that long.
But you don't have anything to base that on, right? Just what your memory is saying.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
You mean after I'd left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner and leave later that each night.
And then after the chef left, you don't know what happened in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the 2 of them in the house, there was usually only 1 glass in the morning, either on the kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there, right?
When I wasn't there, correct. But when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left, invariably.
But once you left, you don't know if Mr. Depp drank wine or not, correct?
I wasn't there after I left.
Okay. And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in London, correct? Other than that one you said you heard about her hand.
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
On that evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
The 6th, I left on Friday the 6th was when I left for the weekend.
Okay, so between Friday the 6th and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened.
No, I wasn't there.
And you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see either of them be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
I didn't see her be violent, depending on your...
I can show you a witness statement where you said you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
Okay. Violence, if yes, I didn't see violence per se.
All right, thank you. I have nothing.
Oh shit.
Thank.
My shit is like frozen. Oh no, I guess the stream itself might be.
Mr. King, have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
Correct.
All right. How's the status of leading? Strike the answer. Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK? Where do you live?
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
Sustain the objection. Next question.
We heard some discussion on Cross about photos, which I suspect you remember. Why did you take the photos of the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs in various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents, and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone, I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know I can use later on as reference.
Were the photos of property damage in Australia the first photos that you've taken in the course of working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection. All right. How's the status of leading? Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings. Sometimes Mr. Depp would write notes for Miss Heard, he'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I'd be able to take pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
No.
How's the status of leading? Next question.
Can I see Plaintiff's Exhibit 159? And I think this is a multi-page document. Can you scroll through? We have 3 pages here. Mr. King, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So, right now, on the screen in front of you, which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor, the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So can you mark on the screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it?
You can just dot it, yes.
Okay, so looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on Cross?
The mirrors were. Can I dab on here again?
Sure.
Yeah. So these are the sinks. The two mirrors were above each. The mirror above each sink.
Okay. Can we scroll up to the page prior? And can you point out for us on this page? Well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor. Essentially, there's second floor if you want.
Okay. And can you point out for us here on this map which of the where the property damage was?
Yes. How many dabs am I allowed? Around here, kitchen area. This was the TV, the wall-mounted TV. I ran out of dabs.
I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
I ran out of dabs.
I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Any objection to
And can we publish this to the jury? So, Mr. King, I apologize for interrupting you. So, you were just pointing out where on the, I think this is the second floor?
Yes, essentially the main level, yeah.
Okay, so other than these three dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV was wall mounted on that wall in between family and lounge. The sofa was approximately where you've got the red square, red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge is used. Sorry, too quick. The lounge was essentially the art studio, and the bedrooms over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page. And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
Okay, and can you point out for us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you point out to us where you found the finger?
Yes, I can. Right here. There we go. It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay, and any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the. Can I dab again? Yeah. So that was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, there's more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there, collapsed on the floor. And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelled like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
Is that it?
I mean, that was the most part of the damage around that area, in front of the bar especially. There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood drips around that white cream-coloured tiled floor in the games room. This is the staircase down. It was this side that the chip was out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the center of that bar. The chunk out of the side of the counter, bar top.
How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits. You know, all these. My office was off over here. I think you can just see out. It says study. Big glass sliding door. The gym had an exit up here. This went into the garage. There was the button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The laundry area, which is right here. This is actually an exit out into the yard, essentially. The gym. All of those rooms had an exit.
Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody else ever ask to see your photos?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, it's important that you do not discuss your testimony with anybody and do not pay attention to the trial and don't watch anything about the trial, okay? All right, thank you. All right, you can step down, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that comes to the end of our day, so we're going to excuse you for the evening. Again, do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Have a good evening. All right, thank you. I just have one housekeeping matter. We're going through the exhibits you gave me this morning. Thank you again for that. But one of them was 485, and I have in my notes that it was 485A, just the first page, but you gave me all 8 pages. Have you both agreed that all 8 pages of this document come in, or is that something that, should I give 485 back and you can try again to give it back to me tomorrow? Okay. All right, I'll give that back to you and we'll see what happens tomorrow. All right, thank you. All right, and are we going to start with a remote witness tomorrow? Is that going to be your first witness? All right, make sure she's signed on by 9:40 so we can have it all set up for 10 o'clock start, okay? All right.
this is the thing that's out here. Okay. Who? Oh no. Wow. Holy shit. That was insane. I can't believe that just happened. just want to get to town. Please. What the fuck? I got through this. Alright. Oh my god, what? You don't have legs, my dude. Oh my god. Let me off this ride. Let me off Mr. Bones' crazy ride. she have secret recordings of
Yep.
him?
Yep. And then, like, so in all of those recordings, basically in everything that was like leading up to all these like arguments and stuff like that, Johnny's trying to leave the situation. He's literally saying, "Let me go, let me walk away, I'll call you." Like all he's doing, and she's like basically calling him abusive for the stress he's causing her by because it's just it's around so much when he's not around her. It's like, yeah, because when
Hello. Oh, yeah, I bleached it. I'm gonna put blue on top as soon as I have all the things I need to do it. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, no problem. It took a while, but I figured out how to do it on my phone. I was like, there's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way I can do it from my phone. But it's like stupid. So like this is my first iPhone, so I'm just now getting used to Apple products and the way Apple does like apps, because it's slightly different than how Android does them. In every app, it's slightly different. So it's like trying to figure out how to work a Word document on an iPhone. It took a while. Good, great in ways. We got an apartment. We have it on hold, so that like we can sign the papers within 45 days from when we signed the papers. And I don't remember the exact date, so but on June 1st is when we're gonna move in. So we've got that set up, which means the cats are gonna come home on June 1st, and I'm really excited about that. What else? I think that was the big one. That was the big, like, good thing. I've been sick a lot. The one weekend I got, like, sunburned really bad on a Thursday at work when I was, like, taking care of the kids. So that weekend I was pretty, like, sun sick and, like, feeling drabby. And then this past weekend I got a stomach bug. I had a stomach bug that my work family did, or had the weekend that I was sunburned. So it was like, they thought it was food poisoning because they all got it at the same time. And then Joe got it on Thursday. So I was already in it at that point because it was, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all Thursday. And so, yeah, Saturday I started getting sick, and I'm pretty good now. So.
Yeah. It sounds like a casualty of working with a lot of kids, right?
Yeah.
But how are you feeling? How has it been lately?
It's been pretty great. Work's been super easy. I haven't been doing much of anything at either place because, like, took it easy last week because the boys were getting over being sick, and we're taking it easy this week now because of me being sick. So, things have been great. We cleaned last weekend, the one that I was sunburned, and the place was really nice. We need to clean again. Maybe I'll do that because Chris is gonna make food. So I will clean the family living area and start laundry. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to start laundry too.
And you said you signed a place for the new housing. Give me an update on like how was that a smooth process? Was that continue to be stressful as it has been last week's move?
It was very stressful. That's why we took the place. It was one that we initially like said no. That's too. We didn't want it because there was no like backyard privacy, and there's no and it's just small. It's just small. That's like the only, but it's a two-story apartment. It's bigger than what we're in right now. It's enough space for all of us and the cats, and it's close for me. It's close drive for me. So, it's under 40 minutes if there's no traffic. And that route is with no tolls. So even if it's like, is a little bit longer, at least I'm not paying all that. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm slowly writing a list of all the things that, like, need to buy when for you move. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna not take things with us that need to be thrown out. You know what I mean? But we'll need the replacement for them. So far, a desk and a dresser, and just like figuring out a way to do blackout curtains in the windows that we need them, so that we can, because we have 2 projectors. So if we wanted to, so we will have 2 of them. We may as well set one up in like in the family area, living area. And then if we did that, we would have to get blackout curtains, otherwise you can't use it during the day, and then what's the point of having 2? You know what I mean? So we have 2 TVs. But we don't, I don't think there's going to be enough space to have the 2 TVs in that area. Sorry. And then, yeah, I'm excited. In-unit washer and dryer. We have to move our cars every Monday and Tuesday for street cleaning, but that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, so some excitement. You now have like an end date in sight and an actual place to be, curating, and the cats there's a date, you get to live with them.
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah.
And tell me how school has been. I know last we met, it had just gotten started, so how's it going?
I dropped the class. I figured I was going through too much things to take it on right now, and I'll just take it the next opportunity, which is the fall of this year. So that's nice. It gives me a nice, like, time moving in and all those things, adjustment, etc.
Yeah.
And then I can take the class and be done by the end of the year.
Yeah. No, it sounds like you recognize that like right now is kind of hectic and like stressful times. So like a class which can bring a lot of anxiety into itself was maybe not the best things.
Yeah. So that was another good thing that happened. I was talking to Ellie one day, and I was like talking about how I really wanted to just like write a review of Andrew and Nicole like as landlords, and just like say everything, you know what I mean, like just put it out there that what had happened, like some kind of record, etc. So anyways, she was like, yeah, you should. So I did it, and then I like regretted it, and then I couldn't figure out how to take the review off, and I had a few days where I was freaking out about that. But then I took it off, and I was like, okay. I felt better having posted it, and then I felt a lot worse because I kept thinking about like, oh shit, now they have a reason to like talk to me again, or to like reach out to me, like they're gonna ask me to, take it down or something like that. And I was like, I actually really do not want to contact them. I just don't want to do that. So I took it down, and then so that was like a whole drama thing. That's what I was going to be talking to you about last week, because I hadn't yet figured out how to take the review down. I figured it out on Monday. Not Monday, Tuesday. I figured it out the next day. So then I was like, oh, that would have been a waste of a whole therapy session. Yeah. Yeah. It came on very quickly, too. It was like basically by the end of the day that I posted it, I was like... It's not like nothing I said wasn't true. And it felt like a good way to say what happened. But, yeah. And I was like, no. Don't want to talk to me.
So you said one of the reasons that you did regret it and you wanted to take it down was that you didn't want to like have contact with them at all. Were there other reasons that you were kind of like feeling and thinking about, or was that kind of the main?
I mean, that was the main one. I don't know. Because I mentioned in there that he didn't like respect my desire to not be touched. And then like I'm saying it like that because that's how I phrased it in the thing. And I don't know. It's like I don't know how to advocate for myself because it's not like he groped me. You know what I mean? So, but there were, like, he was very disrespectful of me. Like, there was a time that he, as you know, because he was like joking, thought it was hysterical. It was like 2 or 3 days after I told him that it like gives me panic attacks and flashbacks, nightmares. You know what I mean? Like I get triggered when he does it. But he was like, "Hey, Judy, what are you gonna do if I touch you?" And then he like put his hand like on my lower back, and I'm like, and he's holds it there for like an uncomfortably long time, and then I like threatened to grab a knife. And then Nicole tells him to stop touching me, and then he takes his hand off. He thought I was joking. He was laughing about it, but I wasn't joking. But and in all honesty, I did lie to him because I did say I can grab like made him think I was going to grab one of the knives. But really, what I wanted to do, and like it was like, cause like I'm frozen, right? I don't know how long his hand was actually on me. It may not have even been more than like 10 seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It felt like an extremely long time. Like, and like I was both like completely frozen and having a panic attack, feeling extremely angry at him, and like wanting to hurt him. And I was cooking in a cast iron pan, and so it was like in my head, like my body's having a panic attack. In my head, there's like a loop of me grabbing that pan and like smashing his face with it. So that was an experience I had from him. And so it's like when people do that, like know that I don't like to be touched and casually disregard it. Not like, I'm not talking about someone bumping into me or, forgetting, because like I understand forgetting, and like I'm still not okay with that, because it's like at a certain point, like you can't be using forgetting as an excuse anymore, you know what I mean? But that was, in no way could he claim was forgetting. And like when other people, like I get very, like my brother's 40th birthday was last December, and when I went, it was like, this is what I remember, and it just continued to happen like the whole night, and I was very triggered, and like I was very, like I was having a lot of panic attacks for, a few weeks and stuff like that. But like I remember walking up came with her. I said, we've been here 35, 40 minutes, and I've already been touched by 4 people, and I don't know what to think about that. And yeah, and then it was just worse. It just continued to get worse, and more people were touching me. More people were touching me inappropriately, and all that stuff. But it's like when people are doing that, it like I'm having a panic attack, but like my body wants to react to it by like causing harm to those people when it happens like that, you know? And so it's just a lot of me like avoiding, walking away, and like all that stuff. But that's why that situation always stands out to me, because I was very close to causing violence on Andrew.
Yeah.
Because he was doing that to me that one time. And I would have blamed him, and I would have been right too. He would have deserved it. But that doesn't make the situation right, you know?
Yeah. When you think about, like, in those moments when you had, like, the thought and the urge to, like, you know, hit him with a pen or hurt that person that's touching you, does it upset you that that's your reaction, or what are kind of, like, the feelings about those feelings?
Okay. I like that about myself. Like, I think that's the first feeling that I feel. I like that about myself. I like that my reaction to being touched is not to cower anymore. And I like that it makes me feel good. I shouldn't say it makes me feel good, but like that character, you know, the or archetype character of like the badass strong woman that like will definitely beat you if you ever slapped her ass. Like that is like my what is it? My alter ego person. The person I wish I could be. You know what I mean? And so when this reaction happens, I like it because it reminds me that I could be that person if I wanted to be, if I chose to be, or if I let myself be.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like in those moments, like your reaction is very like, it sounds to me like very like powerful and like I'm ready to stand up for myself and like defend myself from these people who are touching me without my consent. And like in the case of is the landlord, right? Like he was even like antagonizing you and purposely trying to make you uncomfortable. And so like I think I don't know, I like this kind of response that you are having, that is like this like badass kind of persona that comes to your head.
I don't like that in that situation. The thing that I almost did would have possibly killed Andrew.
Yeah.
Because I was doing CrossFit at the time. I was really fit, you know, my deadlift was 200 pounds. And I also worry that I'm a person that once they start being violent, they cannot stop. You know what I mean? So it's like, I've never hit anyone, but I worry that I would, if I did, and I think it would only happen if I were hitting a person that like I deemed in that like emotional state deserved it, right? Which would have been Andrew in this case. I don't know if I can stop hitting once I've started. And I want to be that person, like I'm okay with being the person who will occasionally punch someone in the face for overstepping a boundary, right? I'm okay with being that person. I'm not okay with killing someone because boundary.
But you said you've never actually had that happen though.
No.
I think, yeah, you haven't had the experience of like hitting someone and not being able to stop, but it's a fear.
Exactly. It's a fear. I've never hit anyone. I've never gotten close to hitting a person or like outside of like that context of it. I mean, I guess when I was like 8 or 9, me and my sister kind of hit each other once, but like we were like hitting each other. You know what I mean? There was nothing was happening in that fight. So I don't count it as an actual fight. So if I did have to count it as a fight, that would be really embarrassing.
Okay. Where do you think some of that like fear is coming from? That it's never actually happened before, but you're afraid that it might happen. Curious.
Because I want to do it so badly. Like, I am that person that gets wrapped up in those shows and movies of like the vigilante hero and like all that stuff. Of like, so I've experienced a lot of trauma from a lot of different people, and I would not. I don't know. Like, I know I wouldn't feel bad killing people, certain people in my life. If it was legal 1 night a year to kill someone, I would absolutely go out of my way to kill my mother. And I know I would do it with a clean conscience. The reason why I do not do those things is because they are illegal and I do not want to go to prison. So, I understand that I desire to like punish the people who have hurt me in the way that they themselves hurt me, you know?
Yeah. No, I get that. It sounds like a version of like justice, I guess.
Yeah. There was like it always makes me think, and I don't remember what show it was from, but it was one of those crime shows, and about serial killers. And the one that they were hunting that episode was like capturing abusive parents and giving them every single like injury that their child went to the hospital for, or that he knew happened to that child. And then it was like, if you survive, you survive. But if you don't, it's on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I remember watching that show and being like, that episode and being like, that's exactly how I would fall if I were to ever become a serial killer. That is what I would be. That is me as a serial killer. That's what I would do. And I joke about it all the time. That I'm like totally, likely to be a serial killer, all that stuff, and joke around like I'm only one big traumatic event away, etc. But it's jokes because it's like an actual fear of mine, and it's because I know my impulses. I know where my mind goes when I'm like really, really angry. And it is the reason why I will never have kids. And I've chosen never to have kids. I can be a nanny because I can go home on the evenings and I have my weekends to myself. You know what I mean? If I had to do it 24/7, I feel like there is no way I wouldn't be abusive. And I've had this conversation with my oldest brother. He feels the exact same way, which is why he never wants to have kids. He's like, I don't think it is possible for me to not be abusive to a kid. Like, that's it. If it were my child that I had, there's absolutely no way I couldn't be abusive to that child. And I hate that about myself. But it's also like, it's not really my fault. Because it's the it's what has happened due to the trauma that I've been through. And I don't know. I'm responsible for every choice that I make. And I remember, like, this one, like, New York, it's like they post on Instagram and Facebook and everything, and it's like the New York, the Humans of New York, that's what it is, Humans of New York. And there was this one that she was just, talking about her story and all that stuff, but, her mother was abusive. No, her partner was abusive, and her mother was abusive. And so, like, she was talking about how, like, she and him would, bonded really over, because of their trauma and abuse that they incurred and all that stuff. And so she always understood why he was abusive, right? But then she was like, but after I got out, I was like, but I also was abused. I didn't abuse anyone. You know what I mean? And so, like, I'm trying really, really hard to be the person that does not abuse anybody. That's basically what I'm saying. And, I don't know. I also feel like kind of a little bit, it's one of the curse of, like, having gotten into psychology and being super interested in it is that, like, I know all the words and I see all, do all the things, and I'm, like, constantly overthinking and thinking about, like, analyzing myself and my reactions and spending hours and hours, like, going over every detail of one specific situation because I'm pretty sure it came off as awkward, but I don't know why or how I could have fixed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, I understand that there are all those things that I do, and I'm most likely probably never, ever, ever, ever going to actually hit someone. But yeah.
This kind of like the worry and the worry about like becoming someone who hurts other people. Do you feel like it's something that you have like control over?
Yes, for sure. I don't think that, like, in my present current mental state, I would ever do it. Because, again, it's just like, if it were legal, however, I really do not want to go to prison. You know what I mean? I'd like to abolish prisons. You know what I mean? But but yeah, I do fear that, like, I don't know. I just need to make good choices and not put myself in situations where I could possibly be traumatized again. That's why I stay home all the time. I love being home. I don't like to go anywhere, do anything, or interact with people if I can help it. It's how I stay safe. Besides, like, what else could possibly happen to me that is probable to happen to me, you know? I mean, if I'm raped again, like, that probably wouldn't be enough. But still, who knows?
Yeah. I asked that question because I am hearing like two different things. I hear like you have some of this like this fear that it's something that you could become and that you have almost like the capacity to become like someone who hurts other people. But I also hear that that's something that you've never in your life ever done. Despite so much happening to you.
Yeah.
And those feel at odds to me.
Yeah. I know. Because it's all happening in my head, that's why. It's like,
I know.
it's all happening in my head, and, Like I wanna get like one of those dog collars that says "Do not touch." You know, just wear that.
Yeah.
Or get a neon sign and stick it to my shirt. I don't know. I'll have to figure out something.
Yeah, because I just like I want to like I don't know emphasize the fact that like you told me about his name's Andrew, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously you had the thought of smacking this man who touched you when you specifically asked him not to. But you also didn't do it. And
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, that's an example of, it obviously has probably happened a lot of times where you thought about it, really wanted to, and then said, nah, that's not the right choice. And like that little voice in your head, like I think that's important.
Yeah. The thing is, and I understand intrusive thoughts as a concept, but like in that moment, I was planning to do it, and the reason I snapped out of it and then like redirected to the knives was because there was no way for me to grab the cast iron pan. There was no like towel or mitt or anything within my reach to grab the cast iron, you know? And that's when I'll grab, you know what I mean? I didn't say I'll grab a knife, I said the knives are right there, and like moved my arm to like grab one. And like I said it loudly, like exclaimed loudly. But I did not do it. I did not do it. And he's also not in my life anymore. So I just need to make sure to not, my boundary is that I do not want to be touched, and if a person is stepping on that boundary, I need to remove them from my life a lot quicker. You know? Because that was by far not the first, like there were so many times. Like just to pass me, like, I mean, we lived together for 4 or 5 years, you know?
You mentioned that you avoid like going out and seeing other people or being in like interaction with other people to kind of like avoid this happening.
Yeah.
Can you say more about that?
Yeah, no, I do. I definitely feel that there is, it's like, it's not agoraphobia, it's like a phobia of people. Like if no one else existed in the world, I would gladly walk outside and be outside and do things outside. However, it's the people that are out there that are keeping me inside, you know? And it's like, and I don't know, I'm just so happy in my house, you know, in like the place that I live. And like, I mean, it's, when I was a kid, like we never left the house because we were homeschooled. And like the only days that we left the house for like a good chunk of my childhood, probably from 7 until 15, was just like the only times we left the house was to run errands on the weekends and go to church on Sunday. The rest of the time we were in the house, did not leave it. That's not true, 14, until 14, because 14 is when I started working on a horse farm. Then I got out of the house all the time, but.
So you never really grew up with those experiences either?
No. I mean, yeah, I did though, because like we would have church friends, and there would be like play dates sometimes, because there's a lot of people who homeschooled in the kinds of churches that we went to. And like Sam would have a lot of friends that were more into me than they were into him, and it was like, you know, grab my hand and they would kiss it. I mean, it's like baby kid stuff, you know what I mean? But it wasn't something I was unaccustomed to.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you wish that like that I guess discomfort with being around other people was different?
I don't know. I mean, back then I loved being around people because that was like, if other people were there, my mother was in a good mood, you know? She obviously would not beat us in front of people, right? So I don't know. But again, all that stuff was like in the church or in our house or in someone else's house, you know what I mean? We were never like out in the world, because the world, you know, will expose me to things like gay people and abortion and, you know, things that are not Jesus related. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, people are terrifying. Pieces of shit. Every single one of us. Because it's like, people are the only things, creatures in this world that are like cruel. I don't know. I've always... No, ask me a question. Ask me your question.
Do you think people are inherently good or inherently bad? Or neutral?
I think that, I mean, the answer is neutral, right? Because everyone makes their own choices and, you know, puts them on, you know, the range one way or the other, or remains neutral. But like inherentness, I don't know. Just feel like it's not because of people, it's because of the systems that we exist in doesn't allow us to not be horrible to each other. If that makes more sense. Like the world that we have created has created a situation where like you are not safe from other people because it's very me and mine versus the world. And in the context of that, in addition with how smart and intelligent people can be, how resourceful they are, and how much they are willing to do to, in their reality, me and mine, take care of me and mine, you know? You just can't trust. Just can't trust people. And then you also can't trust people inside of your mind because everyone has been treated horribly, so they want to treat others horribly, and it's easiest to treat the people you love the worst. So.
Okay, so people are neutral, but the world around us makes it really hard to be good. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
It does sound like a very scary world to live in.
It is. But that's why I stay home. I don't do much of anything. And I love doing that much of anything. The only way I could enjoy not doing anything more is to go and get more animals and create the more of the company that exists inside of my never gonna leave it.
Yes.
Like, if I could have a farm out in the woods somewhere and, like, have some guarantee of, like, safety, I would absolutely become a hermit. Venture out once in a while, you know.
I think it's interesting that the job that you have is with kids and family.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, yeah, I mean, the thing is that I'm really good at training kids. I don't super enjoy being a nanny. It's not my favorite thing. I actually really don't like kids, at all. But when you're a nanny, it's different, right? Because it's like, I'm not taking care of a classroom of children that are coming and going. I am taking care of, you know, these two kids. So you build a relationship with them. It's like, I'm not saying that I don't care about those kids. I love those kids. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But like, and this is always part of my pitch, you know, I'm like, I'm very strict with kids. And like, it's easy for me to be strict because I'm not the parent. There's no heartstring for them to pull on. And like, I know kids' tricks and I've been around them for a while, and like, I can usually like step over that, etc. But yeah. But the truth is that I just, yeah, if a kid's being bad, I'm like, I don't care. Go away. You know what I mean? Like, I just, like, completely ignore them and give them no attention. Because it's like, that's the thing. That's what a kid really wants. That's the only thing they want is attention, right? And so it's like, you don't have to beat your kid. Or, like, I mean, I do yell sometimes, so I'm not going to say you don't have to scream. I mean, you don't have to scream. It happens because kids are horrible little creatures and adults are human. And so it's like, yelling happens, that's fine. But kids they don't need to be hit, they don't need to be threatened, they don't need to be, I mean, in the sense of like physically intimidated, I should say, not threatened. Because, yes, I do threaten the kids. I'll be like, do you want a nap? But that's different. Is it nap time? Is that why you're being like this? No. But also, like, not berating kids. You don't have to berate them and be like, oh my god, if you were smart, you could totally do this. Why are you so stupid? Like, you don't have to do any of that. You just have to be like, I actually do not like you right now because of the behavior you are showing. So I'm gonna leave, and I'm not gonna be around you while you're acting like this. When you're ready to stop acting like this, look, you let me know. And that's kind of always been like the building block of what I build off of with the kids. And like, how else do you prevent yourself from not hurting a kid? Oh, you completely leave them. And it's like, it does sound like a little bit of abandonment, torture, which I guess if your child was really sensitive, yes. But a child that is that sensitive, you can just be like, okay, bye, and then they'll like run after you immediately. So it's not even that, because not even leaving the room without them. So it's like, so it kind of works themselves out. But like, yeah, I've left Wes in the basement and with the gate closed, you know, and then like went up the stairs and like I sat down on the stairs, but then I like shut the door to the stairs to make him think that I was completely gone. And I was just sitting on the stairs where he couldn't see me, and he was like ballistically crying, like yelling for me. You know, like just a complete mess. And I sat there for a few minutes and I was like, he needs to experience this because how he's acting is not. I'm not gonna let him treat me that way. For one thing, I'm not gonna let him treat me that way. And then like, how else do you communicate that to a 1-year-old? You know? Like, fine, I'm done. You can't do anything without an adult. So anyways, then I went down and I was like, you know, and then because like the thing is when I come back to the kids, I'm not like affectionate to them at all or like anything like that. And like the one time, I can't even remember what it was for, but I think it was hitting. And then I like came down and I was like, you are not allowed to, you know what I mean? Like being really dramatic and like waving my finger at him and talking in my serious voice. And so he's like happy. So like he is experiencing a whole bunch of emotions in this moment, but I'm letting him experience them, right? And he's like, he's kind of happy to see me at first. So he's like, takes those 2 breaths of like, you know what I mean? But then I'm like not smiling at him and I'm coming down and I'm like telling him the thing that he did bad because, you know, it's been a few minutes now and he's won. So we have to remind him what he did bad and that's why he was doing this thing. So then he's crying again and then I like open up the gate and I walk in the room and I was like, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore, okay? And he was, okay. And then I'm like, no, go play. Yay, it's playtime. And then I'll just like walk away and he's like trying to come and get a hug from me and I'm like, no, go play. That's it, go play. You know, and then he'll like start playing. But it's like, see, I can go and do all those things because I'm not his parent. If I was his parent, I would need to be like giving him hugs and affection afterwards, you know? Because I'm a baby, I don't have to do that. And it like pushes it even a little bit further to where the kids are like better trained because of it, you know? Because they still get that like 100% love and affection and unconditional love from the mom and dad. But as a nanny, you don't have to give them unconditional love because you are not the parent. And so like kids do understand that difference, you know? Like I really can't treat people like people who don't have, like, people don't have to be there, don't have to, I cannot do that step around them or do those things around them. And I do that specifically because I don't want to be in a situation where I'm, like, out with the kids and they're doing something horribly wrong and then I'm, like, trying to discipline them for it, and then they're, like, screaming and, like, we're in a situation where like people are watching and these are not actually my children and like I can't pick them up and drag them out because then you know what I mean? Like there's lots of things and like kids could be like, that's not my mommy, you know what I mean? And so like then it's like, you know. So I do things like that because like it really is like you cannot stop around other people, please don't. It does. It works. But that's also why I can't be a parent, and I know that about myself, and that's important. I think that the world would be a better place if people were honest about whether or not they should have kids. You know?
Agree with that.
Making choices like that going forward, you know? Yeah.
Tell me what the week ahead looks like.
Just work and existing and cleaning and doing life. Nothing exciting. Sounds amazing to me. It's like it's gonna be so wonderful.
And I also wanted to check in on how like eating has been in the past 2 weeks. Consistent, not consistent.
Ups and downs. I definitely had like a few days where I was like binging on foods instead of like eating proper meals. I was like eating a bag of Cheetos and that kind of stuff. So not to the extent that I would have before. Definitely like was eating like maybe a third of what I would have before. So it's like it's like I'm looking at it, it's like technically that was a binge, but it doesn't look like a binge and it doesn't even feel like a binge, you know what I mean? So like in my head I was still proud of myself. But yeah, I mean, eating dinners, I mean I was sick, so I didn't eat a whole day, but yeah, I think pretty consistent, definitely some not great days, but yeah, been eating dinner every day, even if that dinner was snacks.
These are wins. These are wins I'm hearing.
Yes.
No, I like also that you said like, you know, I was proud of myself because it was like some progress. I think that's
Doing it easier now. I stopped like not complimenting myself. I hate it, but it's becoming more natural, I guess.
You said complimenting yourself is becoming more natural?
Yeah.
No. Hey, I love to hear it.
Yeah. It feels weird.
Good weird? Bad
I
weird?
don't know. I don't know. Conflicted feelings.
I'll let you sit with that. Because I don't know, it sounds pretty positive to me.
Yeah. It's positive. That's a good way to say it. May not see it, may not agree just yet. However, I do agree intellectually.
I can sell that, yeah. Before we end, I'm gonna stop the recording for a moment, or just like quietly. Okay. And I just wanted to check in. Are you okay with me showing our session today to like my supervision?
Yep, absolutely.
Just wanted to check in after. And then I also wanted to let you know, since we didn't speak last week, I have a date for, we have 2 more sessions left. Because my last day has to be the week of May 9th.
Okay.
So next week is the 2nd, the Monday is the 2nd, and then the next week is the 9th. And as far as we spoke last, you were okay to go without a therapist over the summer. Are you still feeling that that's
Yeah, I think so. I think things are pretty good. I feel like I'm in a good place with my meds too. Like I feel like we've got it. We got there. So.
okay, cool. And I feel like I had another update for you, but it's iffy, so I'll let you know if it comes to me. Maybe there's nothing there. And I want to check in, is next week still at the 6:30 times?
Yep.
Alright, so got you down on my calendar. And yes, well, I hope that the week goes well. A very normal week, as you said. Sometimes that's the best stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I will see you next week, and feel free to reach out if you need anything at all.
Thank you. Have a great week yourself.